Okay, so let's start. And those who could not join us right now on time will join us later. Today we are going to talk about setting the image format and the camera modes. So we will start with this. And then after that, we will have a short break to have breakfast or coffee. And then we will continue with the settings of the exposure and exposure triangle. Then we will talk about the aperture of a camera, then about the shutter speed. We will have another break, and then we will continue with the composition and the importance of light. That is the program that we have. You know that I'm flexible with it, so I hope we can seal the contents today. I'm going to share with you the presentation that we were having yesterday as a guide. So here you are. So few things that you need to know. There's two type of image format. There's the raw format and the JPEG, which we all know already, probably. But let's see how do we manage that in our camera. Let me move this here. So you should set your file format and size first, so all your photos have the desired quality. So you have to know that raw files have a quality and JPEG has a different quality. Raw files provide uncompressed and unprocessed image data, and then they let the photographers collect almost every detail of the image, which photographers can later edit, resize, and convert to other forms. That means that you can take a raw picture, you have many details in your picture, and then after that you use an application or a software in your computer to manipulate, to change those pictures, and you can even save it in your computer or any other device in a different format. That is good to be done when you are good at editing. But you can also use the JPEG format, which means Joint Photographic Experts Group. So it is a standardized format for storing images that may be both loosey and compressed without losing quality. Of course, the quality and the details of the pictures are not going to be the same, but they keep good quality and you can store more pictures. So as it says here, JPEG, photos keep quality that are acceptable and despite the huge reduction in file size. So your files are smaller because they are reduced, and you can have more files in your camera as well as in your device, being that your computer, your smartphone, or any external device. The majority of digital cameras provide you the option to select size of the JPEG file that you want to save. So it can be large, medium, or small, and you will see that in your camera. Unluckily, I cannot have a camera with me today to show you how, but we will watch some videos later to help you understand this theoretical content that we are talking about now. So you can always make larger photos smaller in your camera, and it is difficult to do the opposite. When they are smaller, it is difficult to make them bigger. Of course, some experts can, but for us as beginners, it will be more difficult. And there's a lot of cameras in the market that let you shoot both RAW and JPEG JPEG formats at the same time. You can choose both of them in your camera. Um, and you can use the JPEG files as a quick preview and then switch over to raw files for editing, as we said already. So keep in mind that you have to have enough place on your memory card for using both formats. As we said, raw files need more place, more storage, and JPEG formats need less. So that means that you will need more, a few memory cards if you want to take raw files, and maybe less or a smaller one if you use the other format. Let's have a look at this. Give me 1 minute and I'm going to share with you a video in which you can see where in the camera you can find all those contents. Sorry, give me 1 minute. So we go here. And now we make this bigger. And let me know if you experience any trouble watching or listening the video. Now, here we go. Let me set the subtitles for you. So for those whose English is a bit lower or are not so fluent, it will help a bit. So I'll play it again from the beginning. Here you are. Give me 1 minute, because okay, so it seems someone said in the chat that you cannot listen to. Okay, you can't hear the video either. Okay, let me see what is happening. Let's try again. Okay, I'm going to try again. So please send me a message in the chat if you cannot hear the video. Let's leave it like this.
Applied to an image. The more compression you apply, the more your image is visibly degraded. Most cameras give you a few different JPEG conversion choices. Some compress more than others.
Okay. Okay, so let me increase the volume to see.
And therefore degrade your image more than others. Your camera also captures a certain number of pixels. When shooting JPEG images, most cameras give you the choice of shooting at lower pixel counts in addition to the full pixel extravaganza.
Okay, I am going to play the video from the beginning now that you can hear properly. And please let me know through the chat if you have any other problem. So let's okay now.
By default, your camera shoots in JPEG format. Established by the Joint Photographic Experts Group, JPEG is a compressed image format. That is, it takes the original image data that your camera captures and it crunches it down so that it takes up far less storage. JPEG compression is a lossy compression scheme. That is, there's a loss of quality when JPEG compression is applied to an image. The more compression you apply, the more your image is visibly degraded. Most cameras give you a few different JPEG conversion choices. Some compress more than others, and therefore degrade your image more than others. Your camera also captures a certain number of pixels. When shooting JPEG images, most cameras give you the choice of shooting at lower pixel counts in addition to the full pixel extravaganza. So you might be able to save an image that's only half size. This is another way of saving space on your storage card. Finally, some cameras also give you the option to shoot in RAW mode, a non-compressed format that offers a lot of editing advantages over JPEG. To change file formats, I hit the menu button to go into my menuing system. Very first menu, very first item is quality, image quality, because the format I choose has a large bearing on the quality of my final image. You can see that I'm set to large JPEG, and I think this little icon is going to make a little more sense to you when you see what our options are. L refers to the size of the image. And right now I'm at an 18 megapixel image with 5,184 by 3,456 pixels. I can fit approximately 431 of those onto the space on my card. There's this curve here that's very smooth. That indicates that I'm at the best level of JPEG compression. If I go over here, I still have an L, so I'm getting the same pixel dimensions, but now that curve's gotten kind of chunky. That indicates that I'm not at such a good level of JPEG compression. But look at my image count. Even though my pixel dimensions have stayed the same, my image count has gone from 431 to 863. So I'm getting dramatically more images with the lower quality compression. I've also got two sets of M's. This is medium size, 8 megapixels, basically 3,000 by 2,000 approximately. And I've got two level of JPEG settings there. And at that setting, I'm up to a count of 1,700 images. Then I have two S1s. This is a 4.5 megapixel image, and I've got two JPEG settings there. Then I have S2, which is a 2.5 megapixel image. I don't have JPEG choices here. I can just go there and get a tremendous number of images. And then I've got S3, which is a third of a megapixel. This is 720 by 480, so this is kind of a standard video size. Then I have these two options out here, RAW plus high quality JPEG. So when I'm in this mode, I'm going to shoot a RAW image plus my best quality JPEG. I only get 96 of those on the card. It's going to write both files out separately, and that's going to take a while. So when I'm shooting RAW plus JPEG, my buffer is going to fill up faster. It's going to take longer for it to clear out. I'm possibly not going to be able to burst as quickly or as often. Or I've got just a straight RAW file. This is the same RAW file that would be written here, but there's no accompanying JPEG. So those are my different settings. I'm going to go back here to best quality JPEG for now and hit OK, and my quality is set. If you're shooting JPEGs, my recommendation is to always shoot at full pixel count with the very best quality that your camera can manage. Storage is real cheap these days, so there's little reason to try to save space on a card. If you're finding you're running out of space during a typical shoot, then invest in some more media cards. But if you're in the field and storage is running low and buying another card isn't an option, and you absolutely need to cram more images onto your card, then you should change your JPEG settings or your image size, ideally not both. If your images are destined for print, then be sure that you don't lower the pixel count below what you need to get the print size that you want. Maybe go down to half size and one stop down in JPEG quality. If your images are destined for online viewing, then you can cut the pixel count dramatically and probably not need to increase JPEG compression, and that will preserve more quality. Mostly though, I'd recommend shooting RAW. You get tremendous post-production and image quality advantages if you leave JPEG behind and become a RAW shooter.
Okay. So that makes clear what we have seen, I hope. If you have any doubts, always remember you can ask them in the chat or by switching your microphone on. And well, that gives you an idea on how to use the menu of your camera in order to set the quality of your pictures. Now that we have already set the format and we have understood and we are able to choose RAW or JPEG according to our needs, we are going to continue with the camera modes. So there's any camera in the market, they have this menu mode from which you can choose. And some of them vary a little bit, but we will see the differences here. So we have the P for program, right? This one over here, it is at the top of your camera. We will see a video as well later on to help you understand this, but it is usually at the top of your camera. So this P is for program, right? We have the E for aperture priority, which also it's also called in some cameras AUV, as you can see here, AUV. Then we have this S, that means shutter priority, and in some other cameras it has TU, okay? And then we have the M mode, which means manual. Before we talk a bit about each of them, we have something very simple to have an idea of what they mean here. So shutter priority, as we can guess, gives priority to the shutter over the aperture. And aperture priority will give priority to the aperture. Then program, we'll see what it is. And then manual. Manual is, of course, we will be able to set the aperture and shutter as we please. So let's see each of them part by part. What is the program mode? So here, when you choose the program mode here, the camera selects the aperture and shutter speed automatically, depending on the quantity of light entering the lens. So depending on the environment in which you are, your camera will decide which is more suitable, which is better for your pictures, if the aperture or shutter speed. So this is the mode to engage for point and shoot situations. That means getting your camera, pointing your camera at the object of or subject of your picture and then shooting. So that means when you need to rapidly capture an image. So you set it in program mode and you won't be setting the zoom, shutter, aperture, or managing light or anything like that. Your camera will be doing it for you. So the camera, as you see here, will seek to achieve a balance between aperture and shutter speed by raising or reducing the two dependence on the light intensity. Right? So it will all depend on the light of the environment in which you are. Your camera will be able to decide one way or another. So if you aim the camera towards a bright place, the aperture will automatically widen while the shutter speed stays relatively fast. In order to preserve a faster shutter speed, the aperture will be decreased when the camera is pointed towards a dark region. If there is weak light, the lens aperture will simply stay at its widest level, maximum aperture, but the shutter speed will continue to decrease until the exposure is correct, right? So you won't do much here. It will be the camera doing it for you. Then we have the shutter priority mode. And to help you understand this, this mode is a good one for moving subjects. So in shutter priority mode, you manually choose the camera's shutter speed, and the camera will choose aperture depending on the amount of light entering the lens. So here you have a little bit of control over the result in the picture, over the light and what you want to create with it. This setting is supposed to be used to freeze or artificially blur motion, right? So that is why I say here it's good for moving subjects. So if there is an extreme quantity of light, the camera will adjust the lens aperture to a larger number, which will result in a reduction in the amount of light that is allowed to enter the camera. So as you see until here, the light is the most important thing when taking pictures, and we will talk about it a bit more later today. So if there is not enough light, the camera in this mode will adjust the aperture to the smallest value possible, which will allow light to enter the camera via the lens. So in shutter priority mode, the shutter speed stays constant. What you have set it to, you have set it, you open it more or less, so if the camera won't move it, and it will stay like that. So the shutter speed stays constant. It doesn't move faster or slowly. But the aperture adjusts automatically dependent on the quantity of light. In addition, there is no control over subject isolation since the depth of field is controlled by the camera, right? So you see everything is controlled by the camera, but the shutter speed. And then we have the aperture priority mode. Here you can see that menus are here, right, in this camera. So that's what I meant, that it is on the top of your camera. So the aperture priority, it's to help you understand its use. It is good to create a blurry background. So in this mode, you manually choose the lens aperture while the camera chooses the necessary shutter speed for good exposure. So it's the opposite here. Here in the previous one, this mode, you will manipulate the shutter speed and the camera will do the rest. In this mode, aperture, you will choose the lens aperture and the camera will do the rest. The camera will decide according to this aperture that you have given, which speed needs the shutter in order to do a good picture, in order to have good exposure. So you have complete control over subject isolation, and you can try with depth of fields since you can adjust the lens aperture and let the camera calculate the correct shutter speed. So if there is too much light here, the camera will automatically raise the shutter speed. Whereas if there is not enough light, the shutter speed will be decreased. So let's see the manual mode. This is the most professional one, and here you will need to have more knowledge on how your camera works. You yet don't have that knowledge, but I hope, I expect that when we finish this course tomorrow, you have enough knowledge to use this mode. This one gives you the option of do more creative pictures. And play with the light and the distance of the objects, etc. We will talk as well about composition, but first let's understand how this manual mode works, so you can start playing with it even though you don't have all the knowledge yet. So this manual mode implies um, that you have complete manual control of the aperture and shutter speed. Here, in the previous one, you were able to manipulate the aperture, either the aperture or the shutter speed, but with this manual mode, you will be manipulating and deciding about both. So in this mode, both the aperture and shutter speed might be modified manually to any level that you decide. And the camera gives you complete control over the exposure of the object that you are photographing. This setting is often required when the camera has difficulty determining the optimum exposure under extreme lighting conditions, right? So sometimes you decide to set the aperture priority, but then you see that the result of the camera is not good enough, or you set just the shutter speed, and the camera is not able to decide the aperture, or does not it needs something in between what the camera is able to decide, because there's too much light. So you will be the one deciding and setting the aperture and the shutter speed at the proper level that you need for those pictures. So if you're shooting a subject that has very bright area, the camera may make an inaccurate calculation about the exposure, and either overexpose or underexpose the balance of the picture as a result. So in such circumstances, you may turn your camera to manual mode, check the quantity of light in darker and brighter parts, and override the camera's exposure settings. Here, if you need to confirm that the shutter speed and aperture are constant throughout several exposures, manual mode is also helpful, right? So just try one and again and set it to understand this. The camera has different levels and sometimes cannot decide something in between the aperture or the shutter speed, cannot decide a middle speed between the two levels of the shutter, and the same happens with the aperture. The camera is not able to decide or set a middle level between two different apertures. So here is when you need to set it into manual mode, and you will be deciding, moving your lens until you have enough aperture and enough shutter speed according to the light conditions, the exposure, and the object that you want to photograph. So also, in order to effectively construct a panorama, for instance, the shutter speed and aperture of all the images must be the same. Aside from this, some photos will be darker than others, but in manual mode, once the shutter speed and aperture are adjusted to the preferred values, your photographs will have uniform exposures. And again, I have a video here for you to help you understand this. So you will see how it is done with the camera. You can give me some minutes. Okay. Okay, so he gave us an introduction as well on the aperture and shutter speed that we are going to talk about. Can you hear me properly? Okay, I hope you can hear me. Otherwise, let me know. Thank you, Ozan. I was saying that he gave us some idea on how to change the aperture, the exposure, and the shutter speed. And we will talk a bit more about each of these parts later. But you already know where they are in your camera and how you can change it. So I was meant to give you a break at 10, but as we have finished this part and I will start with a different part of the settings, I think it's a good idea if we take the break now. So that will be until 10:20. Let's take a 30 minutes break so you can have some breakfast, coffee, or anything you need. Then see you back at 10:20 Spanish time. I'm going to write it in the chat so everybody will know it. Okay, so feel free to grab your coffee, tea, or anything, and then we'll see you in a few minutes, 30 minutes. Okay, welcome back after the break. I hope you enjoyed or are enjoying your coffee or tea or breakfast. Let's continue then with the contents of the course. We are going to talk about setting the exposure and what is the exposure triangle. Let me share the presentation with you again. So here, as I previously said, light is the most important element to capture while taking photographs. It is important to keep in mind that the original meaning of the term photography was light drawing. And before we continue with that, there's something that you have probably heard of your entire life, and it is being photogenic. And being photogenic is not about being handsome, beautiful, or do you know how to pose well, but it is about light. Depending on how your body and your skin grabs the light, you will be more or less photogenic. And I want to let you know this because in this way you will understand that by manipulating light, you will be able to make a person who is not photogenic look like photogenic. So that means that by knowing how to manipulate the light, you will be able to make good pictures of any person and object. So continuing with this, we had to say that in order to create an image that we are able to see, we need to have full control of the quality, sort of the quantity of light that is used, as well as the sensitivity of the light. So to begin, it is important that we have a solid understanding of what is called as the characteristics of light. Then we should learn how a camera and lens work together to manage the exposure to the light by using what is generally referred to as the exposure triangle. So first, let's talk about the light. And we need to start by knowing that the quantity of light that is the light sensitive surface of the camera is what it is supposed to be called as the light exposure. So easy, very easy. The more a light comes to the surface, the light sensitive surface of your camera, the more the exposure will be of your camera. So your subject is always illuminated by a certain quantity of light in every single environment, regardless of whether the light coming from the scene is natural or artificial. It is from the sun or created by you with some light. This amount of light may be characterized. You can manipulate it, as I said. So this quantity of light varies depending on four essential parts. One of them is the intensity, the other one is the duration, and then the distance between the light source and the subject or object of your picture, and then the modifications to the light that you can do by different ways or means. So the behavior of light is interesting because it has characteristics of both waves of energy and particles at the same time. The dual nature of light as a wave and a particle influences how it behaves both in the inside and the exterior of a camera and lens. So then we had to have a look at the intensity, duration, distance, and now how it changes and travels. So the intensity of the light is the degree to which the light is shown. So photons is the main thing here. And photons are particles of light that may be produced by a source of light. The more photons that reach a sensor or piece of film influences the brightness of an image. The darker picture received less photon exposure than the brighter image. So now you see, when you see a brighter or darker picture, you will now realize that it is because it received more or less photons, particles of light, right? That is the intensity of light. So the more intense the light, the more photons, the more exposure, so the more brighter the image. And then the opposite, less intensity of light, less photons, that means less particles of light, and then that will mean darker pictures. Then we have to talk about the duration. The sun is a continuous light source, and we often use sunlight as a natural light. But if the duration of sunlight is long, it may cause to have overexposed images. So artificial light duration is more able to be controlled. Of course, we cannot control the sun. We can just make some shadows over the object somehow, but it's always better to have artificial light that we can manipulate as we please. So artificial light can be turned on and off, and some is emitted in a short duration flash. So this is something that we all know. The flash it has a short duration, and it is one of the ways we can use to manipulate light in order to take pictures. If you keep longer the amount of time of light coming from a light source, the photons number that are controlled by the camera will increase. And the opposite, if the light duration is shorter time than it's necessary, your image will be darker than it is supposed to be. So we have already seen the intensity of the light and duration of the light. Less duration, darker images, longer durations, brighter images. And that is the reason why we use flash in dark situations, so we can capture the image with enough light for the period that we are taking the picture. Then we have to think of distance. Distance is something we'll see. It's a bit tricky because when we talk about the distance of light, we are not only talking about it as a source of light that comes directly to the object, but as you can see in the picture, it makes an angle. So we have to consider this angle as well. So when you get closer to a light source, the number of photons that the camera is able to record increases. That is logic. If you are here, you are getting less light. That means that you are getting less photons. If you come closer, you will be closer to the source of light, so you will be getting more light, which means more protons. So the exposure will be higher. So the longer the distance, the less photons you're able to collect. So what happens, and here comes the tricky thing, what happens if the distance from the light source is doubled, right? We are here, so we doubled until here. There should not be half as many photons and half as much light. So the answer is no. As I said, there's an angle, and here we have an explanation. Due to a phenomenon known as the inverse square law, you have it here, inverse square law, doubling the distance results in just a quarter as much light, right? So if you are here and you double the distance, let's say you're here, and you can see that you are not doing you are not getting the half of the light, but it is because this angle is spreading the light around, right? So you get just a quarter as much light. So this is due to the fact that we are discussing area rather than just distance. Because of that angle, we are not talking about this distance, but the area that the light covers, right? So if the light source is not a laser that comes directly to us, then the light will spread out in all directions as it is emitted from the most of the sources, right? So light doesn't come directly to here. So that is the reason why we don't double it. Sorry, we don't make it a half by doubling the distance, but it is spread out in all directions. So we get a quarter. So this is something good for you to know when taking pictures, because you will consider how much light you are losing when you are getting away from the source of light, and how much light you are getting when you get closer, and you won't be confused by the distance and the area. You will have to think of the light as being spread around, so you will also realize that the light is not coming directly to your object, but creating also different types of shadows depending on this area. So let's talk about modifications. When it comes to managing and sculpting light, whether it be natural or artificial, there is a limitless number of light modifiers possible. You are unable to make the sun less bright, of course, but the clouds surely can. So that means that we cannot manipulate the light of the sun, but we can use some things like umbrellas or any other objects to manipulate that light and make it lower. So you may also shift your subject into the shadow or generate shade, as I said, with different objects. So to change light, you have a wide variety of equipment at your disposal, some of which are reflectors, diffusers, and gels. We'll see. I'm going to show you a video about this. It is a short one and very interesting. Let me find it. Um, yeah, I don't have it ready here, so give me some time to find it. Mhm. Okay, I cannot find it, but if you can give me some more minutes, I should have it somewhere. Mm.
Academic sound.
Okay, it is it's a young photographer who explained in a few minutes how to manipulate light with just plastic bag and few things like this. Um, he was very good at doing it, and it was very short video, interesting one. Mhm. I forgot to keep it. And this is what happens when you don't keep your videos. Hmm. One more minute, and if I can't find it, I'll go back to the contents. No, I can't find it. Sorry. If at any moment I find it, I will show it to you because it is very interesting how he with just a bag and a light and then tripod, he was able to manipulate light and showing us how to easily use it and avoid shadows and use shadows properly to make good pictures. It was a few minutes video, very interesting one. If I find it at some point, I will share it with you. Sorry about that. So okay, so yes, as it says here, you can generate shade or manipulate the shades and shadows and lights in order to have better light or an environment that fits your intentions when taking a photograph. Then we need to measure light. We don't need to measure light actually, but we need to understand this concept in order to use your camera properly as well. So we have a picture here in order to help us understand this, but we need to quantify light in order to evaluate its intensity. We talked about an intensity before, so we need to understand how to quantify it in order to manipulate that. So change our camera settings correctly. It's another reason why we need to understand the measure of light, and then further modify them to brighten or darken a picture. So this picture modification is what brings us to the mathematical idea of exposure value. We don't have to do calculations. We just need to know that it's shortened as EU, and is also commonly referred to as stops. Okay, so the intensity of light is its luminance, but even with a value given to luminance, we have no interest in describing it, since cameras can catch the pictures in any kind of light, so, or even in total darkness, right? So our cameras are ready to measure the light, but we need to understand this concept in order to set it properly. So what we do care about is creating a reference so that when we change camera settings, we are aware of how those changes will affect the exposure and how to correct if necessary, right? So remember, the main thing here about measuring light is the exposure value that you will find in your cameras, and it's called EV, is shortened as EU, and we call it stops. So let's talk about the exposure triangle. That implies the aperture, ISO, and shutter speed. In the previous video, we had an introduction on how to set this in our camera. We'll see more later. And that man was telling us where to find those buttons in our camera. And it is important because the exposure triangle makes our pictures background better or worse depending on how we set it. So remember that the ISO refers to the light, and we will have graininess in our pictures depending on the ISO number. So the less ISO, the lower the number, the more the less graininess. Sorry, the lower the number, the more graininess, and the higher the number, the less, right? And then shutter speed is here, and this is useful to capture motion, and the aperture will manipulate the light and the depth of field, right? So it will be less, there will be less depth of field and less light when the F number is higher, and there will be more light and less depth of field when the number is lower. So let's see this with more detail. So the three components that make up the exposure triangle are the aperture, the shutter speed, and the ISO. Aperture, shutter speed, and ISO all work together to control the quantity of light that reaches the light-sensitive surface and the surface sensitivity using these three camera and lens parameters. Remember that the lens parameters are the ISO. So these three parameters not only have an influence on the light capturing an image, but they also have their own distinct side effects that as we have already said. So the aperture regulates depth of focus, right? Aperture, depth of focus, as we can see here, less focus, more focus. Shutter speed blurs or freezes motion, right? As we can see here, shutter speed is related to motion. And the ISO may add or eliminate digital noise from a picture that we also called graininess. So let's go further. So the aperture. We can see here, right? This is called diaphragm. It's the diaphragm of your camera, right? We all know this. It moves. It is open, more open or less open, depending on how you set it. And this hole inside is what we call aperture, right? And it allows the light to come in to your camera and reflect it properly. So aperture refers to the size of the lens opening, right? This is aperture, the size of the lens opening. So most camera lenses include variable apertures to manage the level of light that enters the lens. This aperture is controlled by a diaphragm, right? This is called diaphragm, composed of overlapping blades that may be adjusted to change the size of the opening through which light travels, right? You see here, there's different blades, one blade, two blades, so they all together make the diaphragm. And then the size of the aperture has a secondary influence on the shot, right? Since the diaphragm modifies the angle, as you can see here, at which light enters the lens. So the aperture diaphragm, like the pupil in your eye, opens and closes to regulate the quantity of light entering the lens, right? So when you set this in your camera's lenses, you will think of the quantity of light that enters the lens. So here comes what we saw before in the video, the F numbers. So the smaller the number of apertures, that means, for example, f2 or f2.8, which will be represented by a smaller f stop, right? So f is how we call these numbers, and then each of them are called stops. So means the lens will with larger opening barrel and more light entering to the camera, right? So the smaller the number, the larger the opening, the more light we get into our camera. So standard f-stops from largest opening to smaller, so that means that you will find them in most cameras, are f1.4, f2, f2.8, f4, f5.6, f8, f11, and f16, right? So those are the standards. Some cameras, depending on how specialized they are, they will have more other numbers. We'll see a video about it later. So the aperture size also controls the depth of field, as we have seen in the picture here, right? It is aperture, the F numbers control aperture and depth of field. So depth of field is a component of lens aperture size, lens focal length, the distance between the subject and the camera, and the circle of confusion, right? So we see here, the depth means how much background or how many details of the background we are able to grab with our camera in a picture. So when the F number is decreased, such as f1.4, the depth of field becomes narrower, right? On the other hand, the depth of field will be larger when the number is increased, right? So there's two things to keep in mind here. The F number, the smaller it is, the larger the opening, the more light we have, but at the same time, we will have less depth of field, right? So additionally, it is affected by your focal length. When using a focal length that is greater than normal, the depth of field will be reduced. Okay. Don't be scared by knowing so many concepts at a time, because as I said, we will have a video with examples later with images that will clarify everything better. So you see here, clearly the diaphragm with their numbers, the F numbers or stops. And here you see that there's less light when the number is bigger. That means it is more close. And when the numbers get lower or smaller, the aperture is higher, right? So there is coming to your camera. So when you set the aperture on your camera to its widest setting, the range of the focal plane will be reduced to a very small distance, right? So if this is open, the distance grabbed by your camera will be shorter. This result will vary depending on the camera and lens you choose. In the art of photography, this can be put to use to create unique compositions when shooting close-ups, and more commonly to blur the background of a background that is farther away while shooting portraits, right? So if we want to take a portrait, we take that into consideration, and we can blur the background and take the picture of the person only. But it is important to keep in mind that certain camera and lens combinations will not produce noticeably narrow depths of film. So you have to know well your camera, the lens as well, as we saw yesterday. And then after that, you will have a range of apertures to play with, but not with every camera, of course. It will depend on how professional they are. So because of this, you should not believe that assess an extremely shallow depth of field can be done simply by opening the aperture diaphragm all the way up to its maximum setting. The depth of that focus plane can be increased by adjusting the aperture diaphragm in the opposite direction, which brings it to its maximum narrow setting. So this allows a great portion of the image to be increased focused, right? So it will depend on what you want to capture, and sometimes it's better to close it in order to focus on the object better rather than blurring the background. So you have some examples here. And the aperture not only controls the amount of light that is allowed to enter through the lens, but it also affects the angle, as we said before, because light is an angle, is not a straight source or a straight right. So we control the light that is allowed to enter through the lens, but it also affects the angle that light rays take as they go through the lenses. So to be clear, we are not discussing the way in which the lenses blend the light. Rather, we are discussing the way in which light is generally bent by an object when it passes by that item. In this case, the blades of an aperture diaphragm. Okay. So you have here the examples. And what we have to keep in mind about this part is that this bending of the light is referred to as diffraction. So it's a property that is associated with the wave nature of light. So we can play with light in different ways, and I encourage you to use those settings in your camera and try with them. So you see, you are here. This is the focus distance, and this is the focus point. And sometimes this is what you can do, playing with the natural light and the diaphragm of your camera and the narrow depth of field. With this will be this short, while sometimes it will be like this, right? This is a large depth of field, and this is a narrow one. And this is what you can do by playing with the diaphragm of um, of, of your camera with the lenses, by focusing distance in different ways. So this is all about aperture. What you have to remember is aperture means this hole here, diaphragm is this part over here. This modifies the angle of the light. There's those F numbers, which are also called stops, and you can play with them in order to have more or less light and more or less depth of field. And mm, also this bending of the light when playing with this part of the camera is called diffraction. So many photographers, when they first learn about aperture, believe that a small aperture is key to maximizing sharpness because of the effect aperture has on depth of field. However, this is not true due to diffraction. So by decreasing the size of the aperture, you will be able to get a larger depth of field, right? So you decrease the aperture, you narrow the field, the depth of field, but it is larger. But it will result in an increase in the amount of diffraction present in the image, which will cause the image to become less sharp, right? Because it's narrow. So when the aperture diaphragm is open all the way to its maximum size, the lens receives the highest amount of light possible. And as a result, it also receives the maximum number of distortions possible. So you may eliminate these aberrations and boost the sharpness of the image that is formed by the lenses by stopping the lens down, which is another way of saying that you can reduce the size of the aperture of the diaphragm. Now, remember that the zone between f4 and f11, where aberrations are minimized and diffraction is controllable, is known as the lens sweet spot. Okay, so the sweet spot of the camera is between f4 and f11. And this sweet spot aperture is where you will receive the maximum performance of the lens in terms of sharpness and decreased aberration, as well as getting a depth focus that is near the middle of the range of possible values. So for you as a beginner, sorry, the recommendation is that you stay in this sweet spot f4 and f11 to take good pictures to be used in your digital environments, and then you play and try with the other stops to capture different objects and people and understand how it works to improve your understanding of this part of the camera. I am thinking if I should show you now or later a video with some examples of the results of the adjustments of the diaphragm. But I think I'm going to finish the shutter speed as well. So you will put it together with the ISO and understand the exposure triangle better, and then you will have those examples. Okay, so continuing with the aperture, when taking a picture, and you need to know how much light you need, but how do you do that? So your camera has an already built-in light meter, and you will see either an exposure signal in the viewfinder of your camera or on the display of your camera. And this signal will tell you if the exposure of your photo is adequate or not, or too dark or too light. So you will need to get your indicator as close as possible to 0. So here you have an example of some cameras. And there's numbers from 0 to 3 plus and from 0 to 3 minus. And that means the minus means darker and the plus means brighter. So you should keep, when you see that signal in the viewfinder of your camera or on the display of your camera, depending on which one you have, you should keep it at 0. Otherwise, of course, here comes your creativity. And if you to create a brighter picture or a darker picture for any reason, you should move to any of the sides. But if not, you should keep it at 0. So if it appears that the photograph will be too dark, being here, you have the option of either opening the aperture further using a slower shutter speed or increase the ISO level. So if it's too light, you should adjust it in the opposite direction, right? So closing the aperture and speeding or making faster the shutter speed or increasing the ISO for brightness. Okay, so I am expecting you to express your doubts or questions through the chat or microphone if you have any. I haven't seen anybody at the moment, so I suppose you are understanding this well enough. Then I will continue with the shutter speed. As we said before, it helps to capture motion, as you see here, and we have different numbers here that we are going to talk about in order to understand it. So shutter speed is a measurement of how long a camera's shutter is open, right? That allows light to reach the digital sensor after passing through the lens and aperture diaphragm. So is the length of time an image is exposed to light, right? We have it here. I'm going to this with some color here so you see the important part. So is the length of time an image is exposed to light. This is what you need to remember about this part. And this ranges from milliseconds to minutes, in contrast to the complexities of aperture and its relationship to lights and optics. Shutter speed is much easier. So the longer the shutters is open, the more light enters the camera. So doubling the shutter's open time will double the amount of light entering the camera. So by decreasing the opposite, right? By decreasing the shutter speed, the amount of light entering through the shutter will be doubled, right? So doubling of light is the same as doubling of light that happens when the aperture is open, but it is done in a different way. This is the 1/30 of a second to 1/50 of a second. It's an example of how to control the amount of light through the shutter, and then this is a +1 EU shift. Remember that EU meant exposure value. So changing the shutter speed from 1/2000 of a second to 1/4000 of a second results in minus EU shift and a reduction of the quantity of light entering the shutter, right? So changing the speed from a lower number to a higher number or exposition or duration, this will change the quantity of light in our reduction. So you can see here, the higher the number, because 1/2 against 1/5 is smaller, sorry. So the smaller number, the higher motion you can capture. And as soon as you increase the number, you will capture less motion. So in this number, you will be freezing the image. So it is a common practice to list shutter speeds in either complete seconds or fractions of a second. The maximum shutter speed of the most of SLR cameras that we talked about yesterday is 30 seconds, right? Maximum is usually 30 seconds. If your camera is equipped with a shutter release that includes a timer, you can use the bulb, which is V, or time, which is T, in your camera capabilities to shoot photos that last longer than 30 seconds. While the shutter release is depressed, the bulb function opens the shutter. The time function, meanwhile, opens the shutter with the first press and closes it with the second press, right? So shutter speed has also many side effects, and that is why it is used for creative pictures. Slow shutter speed shows that the shutter remains open for an extended amount of time. Low light and nighttime photography need a slow shutter speed to ensure that sufficient photons reach the sensor of film, right? So we can control the shutter speed in order to control the light that is coming through to your camera. And when you slow the shutter speed, that means that the shutter is open for more time, so more light is coming, and that is necessary when taking pictures in dark environments. And here it is good to remember that sometimes we have a tripod, which is very good to use when we need to set the shutter speeds for long durations, because we need to catch photographs in extremely dark environments, or we can even trace the stars. So if it is quite difficult to make the camera stable with a tripod, and to have the camera still for such a long period, it is necessary, especially especially when the shots have only a few seconds. So if we don't use the tripod, our pictures will be blurred because the camera will be shaking in our hands. That is the reason why the tripod is good, and we will see that in the video. So keeping this in mind is crucial while photographing with slower shutter speeds. Here we see that slow shutter speeds permit motion to be captured in photographs, right? If you want to have this kind of picture in which you grab the motion of an object or a person, you need to slow the shutter speed. So this includes movement of the camera as well as the subject or subjects. That is the reason why we need in this option of the camera, we need the tripod, so we can avoid other movements. So as we see here, slow shutter speed will allow cars, runners, animals, etc. to shift position during the period of a photograph, and this movement will appear as motion blur on the frame and can be fantastic creative touch in a photograph, as you can see here. Right here, it is very slow shutter speed. Here is a fast shutter speed. We will see only one part of the movement, and in between, in the middle, a medium shutter speed will catch this movement, but not all like here. So intentional panning of the camera or simply random camera movement while the shutter is open is an additional creative technique for slow shutter speed. So we see here that a fast shutter speed means that the shutter is not stayed open for an extended period of time. Here is a fast shutter speed, so the shutter will do click, right? Just an open and close pretty fast, so we'll catch just the moment, any moment of the movement of the object, and that is useful for capturing fast-moving subjects, such as sport and activities with movement. The subject's velocity and closeness to the camera affect the shutter speed required to freeze. With a fast shutter speed, it is possible to freeze the action of speeding cars, right? If you want to take a picture in a race of a car and you use a slow shutter, you won't see the car, you will see just the movement of the car. It is good for creative, but it is not good for, let's say, news in a newspaper. So if you are in a race car, and you want to take a picture of the car itself, not the movement, you will need to use the fast shutter speed. So the same with, let's say, naughty children is a good example. If you want to capture your child while playing, either you get this child in motion in which you won't see the child, or you set the fast shutter and get the picture of your naughty child. So you have to keep in mind that it is a good way to play with your creativity and the settings of your camera, but the fast shutter speed are more difficult to use because the shutter must be released at the precise moment the motion you wish to capture happens. That means if you want to get a picture of the car in the race that I took as an example before, in a precise moment in which it goes through a determined moment of the race, you had to make sure that you are waiting there to take the picture in the precise moment. It is very difficult unless you are a professional or you practice many times. And here you have slow shutter speed. You grab the motion, as we said. With fast shutter speed, you just grab the object in any of the moments of its motion, right? So there's no movement here and there's movement here. It depends on what you want to focus your picture in. So I'm going to show you some examples on how this works. Remember that the shutter speed, the aperture, and the ISO together make the exposure triangle. And we talked yesterday about the ISO, but with this video, you are going to see some examples of the results of playing with these three parts of your camera. but we will also remind what the ISO means. So give me some minute to share the video with you. Okay, so now I will share the picture with you. This here. I have set subtitles in English. So you can, those who are less fluent in English can read as well. So, yeah.
Exposure is made of three factors: aperture, shutter speed, and ISO. They are intrinsically linked, and you cannot alter one without considering the other two. The aperture determines the amount of light passing through the camera lens. It also controls the depth of field. A wide aperture lets a lot of light through and creates a shallow depth of field. Only a single point in the foreground.
So you see here, there's the F number controlling the diaphragm, the shutter speed set to 1/250, and then the ISO set in 100. And you see the type of picture he's taking. There's focus here, and there's blur at the end, right? So there's less details at the background. He explains this all this very well, and you will see how he sets each part in the camera, so you will remember where they are.
Where I focus the camera is sharp. I'm going to take a second picture. It's exactly the same composition, the same focal point, but I'm going to use a smaller aperture. This will massively increase the depth of field so that everything from the foreground to the background is sharp.
Here, he increased the aperture, right? And that increased the depth of field, which means that he's able now to grab in the picture more details of the background. You see, the rest remain the same, right?
There's another small set of rapids here. It's going to be a great place to try some shutter speed effects. Shutter speed controls how long the camera is exposed to the light for. I'm going to set the camera to shutter speed priority. And with my first shot, I'm going to use a really fast shutter speed to try and freeze the motion of the water. In my second shot, I'm going to use a much slower shutter speed. As the light has longer to come into the camera, the water and all the movement turns into a milky glass effect. This vantage point offers a great overview of the entire gorge. Ahead of me, it's quite well lit, and to the left of me, it's quite shady. But I want to maintain the same aperture and shutter speed for both sides and do it handheld. To do that, I need to increase the ISO. ISO is a measurement of the sensitivity of a camera to light. I'm going to take my first picture. Now, in order to shoot this darker area on the same settings, I'm going to increase the ISO first. Do be careful though, increasing your ISO too much can reduce image quality.
right? So you see where to set each of these settings of your camera, and you can see now the results to understand a bit better which is each of the concepts that we have talked about. So I have a video as well here that will show you how to use each of these in camera. This video is a type of documentary in which because we are learning all this to do storytelling, it is necessary to see not only how those settings can be used for photographies, but also how those settings can be used for movies or short movies or videos, as we will use them in storytelling. So this video that I'm going to play for you will show you the different how to say it, results of those settings in different movies. And this video shows examples as well as using the concepts that we have already talked about.
Building your online business?
Sorry, that's there's many ads in each video. So here it goes. Okay, so it is important. We don't have much time because this is a short online course of only 3 days, three mornings, entire mornings, but still not enough time to put this into practice. But this type of videos in which we see the results of manipulating the different settings of your camera are good examples to help you making good videos and good pictures for your digital environments and for your storytelling. So I'm going to share the video with you. Okay, so let me set the subtitles in English. Perfect. So again, here we are.
Hi, I'm Sarish Sudekar, and in this video I'll explain the exposure triangle as simply as I can. If you're a complete beginner who's looking at all the aperture, shutter, and ISO numbers on the camera and tearing your hair out, you'll love this video. No, it won't bring back your hair, more like a wig so you can cover your mess. Let's start with ISO. It's the simplest setting to understand. A piece of film is a chemical, like a piece of paper. There's a limited amount of water a piece of paper can absorb before it is overwhelmed. The same with film. It's literally like baking bread in an oven. Give it the perfect time and it cooks perfectly. Too much light and it overwhelms the film. You get pure white. Too little light and it turns dark and muddy. Film is sensitive to light, just like paper is sensitive to water. This sensitivity is a fixed thing. It doesn't change over time. That makes your job easier. Once you know the exact amount of light required to expose film, it never changes. Like a recipe that calls for 1 cup water, it's always going to be 1 cup of water. You can measure this water in liters or ounces or milliliters, whatever is convenient to you. Sensitivity in photography is measured in ISO. ISO stands for International Standards Organization. They have guidelines for how this should be measured. ISO is just a number, don't get hung up on the technical details. They're not important to beginners. A pilot only needs to know how to fly a plane. A pilot doesn't have to build a plane. The only thing you have to know about ISO is the greater the number, the better the camera sees in low light. Double the ISO and the camera needs half the light. For a beginner, it's not easy to grasp what this means. Let's say you're in the middle of an open field on a sunny day and you need ISO 25 to expose a frame. Now what if you had ISO 800? You would get the same exposure with just a candle. Okay, candlelight won't reach the rest of the land, but you get the idea. It's incredible technology. Let me show you something cool. 100 years ago, film had a rating of ISO 25 or so, on average. They didn't rate film stock in those days, so people had to expose and develop by eye. They needed tons of light to shoot anything. Portraits were always outdoor or near large windows. Charlie Chaplin shot on stages that had overhanging diffusion on top so sunlight could light the set. Yes, gorgeous soft light is as old as cinema. Slowly but surely, film came in higher sensitivities. ISO 50 was a big jump. The gorgeous M by Fritz Lang was shot at about that ISO. Then came ISO 100, 160. Citizen Kane was shot on ISO 160 film. The higher the sensitivity, the higher the number. You double the number and you only need half the light. If Citizen Kane was shot on ISO 160, double that is ISO 320. And that jump happened a couple of decades later. The Night of the Hunter was shot on film rated at ISO 320. Just as a side note, this was only for black and white film. Color film was still stuck at ISO 25 or so. For example, the beautifully shot Vertigo was shot at ISO 25. Modern cameras don't even have an ISO 25. Modern cameras start at about ISO 100, with some exceptions. Guess what was shot on ISO 100? The Godfather was shot on ISO 100. Gordon Willis played with underexposure so much so that he earned the moniker the Prince of Darkness. A decade later, Kubrick shot The Shining at ISO 100. Color film hasn't developed as quickly as black and white. Fast forward today and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood used ISO 200 for daylight and ISO 500 for low light. And this is where digital sensors have taken over. A sensor is like a piece of film that can change its sensitivity by some magical will, like mood swings. Today you're touchy, other days you have a thick skin and nobody can get to you. The best sensors today can shoot cinematic images at ISO 3200 or 6400. There are cameras that go way beyond to almost 4 million ISO, and I'm pretty sure in the future we'll go even further. In the past, ISO was limited by the chemistry of film. Things are very different now. In some cameras, the change in sensitivity is made by software. The sensor records the same thing, but through software you can change the sensitivity later in post to whatever you want. So instead of paper, we have a towel. If it gets too wet, wring it out, or add more water if you want. The limitation with ISO is actually in the opposite direction. Cameras go down to ISO 100. Some can go below ISO 800 if you want the best image quality. Some DSLRs go to ISO 50. But what if you could go lower? Today we use ND filters to cut down light, but if we can reduce ISO to extremely low numbers, we won't need ND filters anymore. So I hope the next big revolution will come in the other direction. So as a beginner, what should you do with ISO? I have some advice for you. Don't touch it. Set it at auto ISO and forget about it. You don't want to auto everything, but set your ISO to auto in the beginning. Why? The ISO is a functional tool. For the creative part of image making, you need the other two members of the triangle. The simpler to understand is a shutter. A shutter is exactly that, a shutter that opens and shuts, like a window. In our example with the paper and water, you have to start pouring water and you have to stop sometime. That's what the shutter does. It starts and stops light hitting the sensor. On cameras, it's written in seconds and minutes. In modern cameras, the shutter can stay open for hours or as low as 1/8,000th of a second. Having this range is powerful. If nothing moves while the shutter is open, the image is sharp. But if there's movement, like water flowing or clouds moving across the sky, they all get exposed while the shutter is open and it blurs everything together. You can create stunning photographs this way. You can also capture faint stars by keeping the shutter open for hours. And what if you want to freeze droplets or you're shooting a fast-moving Formula One car? You can't keep the shutter open for too long. When things move during the time the shutter is open, the blur you get is called motion blur. Blur caused by motion. This motion blur is undesirable in most photography. But guess where it is critically important? You bet, cinema. In cinema, there is a standard shutter duration that cinematographers follow to this day. The shutter is kept at about 1/48 of a second. Let's keep it very simple. This produces a motion blur that people have got used to over a century of watching films. When Peter Jackson tried to change that for The Hobbit, a lot of people didn't like it. Hold on there, wait a minute. Didn't Peter Jackson change the frame rate? Whenever you expose a photograph, that's one frame. In cinema, there are 24 frames a second. This means you have to open up the shutter 24 times in 1 second to capture 24 frames per second. This also means you have to close the shutter 24 times a second. That's 48 total cycles per second, which is why the shutter speed is 1/48 of a second. When Peter Jackson increased the frame rate of The Hobbit to 48 FPS, the shutter would have been opened and closed a total of 96 times, for a shutter speed of 1/96 of a second. This made the images crisper and reduced the motion blur people are used to. The reduced motion blur changed the impression of movement. It's useful in sports. Sports are shot and broadcast at high frame rates so you can actually see the ball traveling fast. Otherwise, you'll see a blurry mess in tennis, football, table tennis, Muhammad Ali's punches. In chess, you can keep the shutter open for hours. I love chess, so I'm allowed to make fun of it. You can change shutter speeds if you want. If you want less light, you can keep your shutter open for a smaller period. If your ISO is low, you can open the shutter for longer to let more light through. So this way, ISO and shutter work like a balance. You raise one, you lower the other for the same exposure. In film, the sensitivity is sometimes called speed, like film speed. Not the film speed, film speed. Maybe that's how the word shutter speed came to be. It doesn't have to make sense, just like ISO. You can call it shutter duration, or just shutter, or just shut up and shoot. Don't call it anything. As a beginner, here's a simple tip. You can think of the shutter as the inverse of the ISO. For example, if ISO 100 and a shutter of 1/100th of a second gives you one exposure, then changing the ISO to 50 will mean you must change the shutter to 1/50th of a second. 1/50th of a second is longer than 1/100th of a second. So when you reduce the ISO by half, you reduce the shutter speed by half. That relationship is always maintained. Don't worry if these things don't make immediate sense. The first time you learn about feet or meters or kilograms as a kid, you probably didn't get it either. It takes a fair bit of time for kids to even get their own name. I get it, you're not a kid. You have hair growing in all kinds of places now, but not in your brain. That got left behind. Aperture. The aperture is the one thing that's not in the camera, but in the lens. Every lens is made of glass, and it has a fixed diameter. Optics is a complicated field, but to keep it really simple, for you, this diameter is the opening. The lens focuses the light and makes an image on the sensor, and the opening decides how much light can pass. It's like a window into a room. There might be sunlight all around outside, but only the light that comes through your window reaches your room. Here's a fun little puzzle. The light that passes the opening must travel through the lens to the sensor. When light travels, it always loses intensity. I've explained this in another video, and it's called the inverse square law. No, you don't have to know anything about it. Just remember the diameter of the opening and the distance it has to travel decides how much light hits the sensor. If you want to reduce the light, you can reduce the size of the opening. A mechanism that does this is inside most lenses. It's called the aperture. Aperture means opening. Again, it doesn't have to make sense. What you have to know though is that the aperture was designed because ISO didn't exist at the time. They needed something other than the shutter to control light, so they could work within the limitations of light. The technology comes from telescopes and microscopes. Cameras don't have to be so precise. Over 100 years of photography, people realized this crazy aperture had some cool tricks. If you open up the aperture, you let in more light, but fantastically, you also get smaller depth of field. This means the background gets more blurry, very useful for portraits or cinematic close-ups. You don't want that for landscapes or crowd scenes where seeing everything is important. It's also critically important for macro shots. When you get closer, you need to make the aperture really small so the entire insect is in focus. There are other things that happen when the aperture is changed, but that's not so important for beginners. All you have to understand is that aperture and shutter have two relationships, like Mr. and Mrs. Smith. They are husband and wife, but they also want to kill each other. When one shoots, the other ducks. It's exactly like how the ISO and shutter behaves. You can't raise both for the same exposure. Let's say you're standing in the open ground on a sunny day. You want a blurry shot of a flowing dress, but you want the background blurred as well. You have to open the aperture and keep the shutter open longer. That will let in too much light. To solve these kinds of problems, filters and lights are used. Or maybe in the future you can reduce the ISO to compensate. These are like marriage counselor for Mr. and Mrs. Smith so they can get along together long enough to create babies. I mean baby photographs. Now for the last part of the puzzle. Those crazy numbers on the lens. ISO and shutter are written in simple numbers, not very hard to understand. Aperture is written in weird numbers, and this throws off most beginners. Remember, the International Standards Organization has certain rules for how cameras should measure ISO. Unfortunately, it gives camera manufacturers some leeway so they don't always agree, but that's another matter. At least there are rules. For a beginner, ISO 100 in one camera should give you the same result as ISO 100 in another camera. As far as shutter speeds are concerned, it's a mechanical thing that is controlled by time, like a wristwatch. 1/50th of a second for one camera should be 1/50th of a second for another camera. But with aperture, it's inside the lens. Every lens is different. Even comparing the same lens made by two manufacturers, the optics inside are different. The diameter of the lens is different. The distance to the sensor is different. And remember, we know that these things are the things that control the amount of light falling on the sensor. In other words, the aperture controls the exposure. But how can we have one setting that all lenses must follow? There have been many aperture systems in the past. For example, the earliest was in the early 1900s by Franz Stolz. It went like this. I'm going to use a ruler next to it so you understand it better. Then there was another system that went like this, and a third system, used by Kodak in its early days, that went like this. It was only in 1949 that the world finally decided to adopt the system we have today. You might have a valid question, why don't they use a linear system, like the ruler? Look at a bright landscape photograph. There are areas that are bright and areas under trees or bushes that are dark. You could place a black box and it will be really dark, and you can have the sun in the shot, and it can be really bright. This means a camera should be able to capture not the light falling on the scene, but the light reflected off everything. And light reflects differently. Through trial and error, they understood that the amount of light in our world created by the sun is tremendous, and you had to double or halve it to keep things under control. We can measure distance in kilometers, but when we start measuring distances between stars, we need light years. Units are chosen for convenience. Every doubling of the light is called a stop. And even though the number on the aperture is technically called f numbers, everyone calls them f-stops. Just like shutter speeds, we have an f-stop, a marriage of words. The reason why it's called f-stop is because each major jump is the doubling of light, or double the exposure. If you want to scale with 1, 2, 3, and so on, you can with f numbers. F numbers can be any number except 0, but with f-stops, each step is double the previous one, or half the previous one, depending on the direction you're counting. To start this ruler, they thought 1 was a good starting place. They didn't know we'd had f.7 and f.95 lenses when they made the system. They thought f1 was going to be it. By the way, f-stops are written as f/number because on the lens you also have another linear scale, the focus scale. This is a way to differentiate between the two and to tell you the f-stop is inverse. The larger the number, the smaller the aperture. This is the other confusing part about f-stops. Like bikes that have the gear reversed. Take some time to get used to, but you will. To get 1, you just raise a base number by 0, but the rest depends on what this base number should be. It can be anything really. You could use 2 or 2000 or 124, doesn't matter. Or you could use the square root of 2. A foot didn't have to be 12 inches, it could have been 13 and we'd all be following that. I made a video on aperture a few years ago and many people asked me why root 2 was chosen over 2. I don't have the exact answer, but I have a guess. Look at these numbers. In the early days of photography, a great man by the name of Ansel Adams created the zone system with 10 stops. This was the latitude of film in those days. That means you could expose on a sunny day and expect to see the range from bright to dark in 10 stops of light. 10 jumps on the scale. Of course, today we know there are way more stops than that, but let's stick to 10 because that's what they had. On this chart, pick 10 jumps starting from 1 and you'll see if you use 2 as your base, the numbers get really big very fast. Lenses were small and you had to etch the numbers on it. There wasn't much space, which is probably why root 2 was chosen. Kilometers versus light years. Root 2 gives you smaller numbers. Each number represents a difference of 1 stop of light. When you close down the aperture by 1 stop, you're having the light. Set your camera to full auto mode and point to a scene. Note down the aperture, shutter, and ISO settings. Now, turn the camera to manual mode. If your camera changes settings, turn the aperture, shutter, and ISO to the earlier settings. You should see the same image. Now close down the aperture by 1 stop. For example, if it's f2.8 as shown here, I'm changing it to f4. The scene becomes darker because by closing down the aperture we have lost half the light. To compensate, I could either open up the shutter by 1 stop or the ISO by 1 stop, or both in half stops. However, if you're a beginner, start by thinking of aperture as a setting that lets you create blurry backgrounds or make everything in focus. That is more practical and more fun. Let the shutter and ISO change to balance the exposure. If you're shooting videos, the shutter is fixed at 1/48 or 1/50th of a second. Then you only have the aperture and ISO to change. Keep one fixed and change the other 2. Change both or change all 3, it's all good. They're all married together for life. This is the exposure triangle, an elegant solution that has lasted hundreds of years. Please remember, back in the 1920s, they didn't have ISO ratings on film stocks. They had to develop in the darkroom by eye. They didn't have light meters, so they couldn't measure precise exposure. The shutters were not so precise. The lenses were not so sharp. They used the only thing they had, their eye.
And you conjured up an old enemy from the past, the Illuminati.
No, you idiot. Exposure triangle. 100-year-old elegant solution that still works.
Good. Okay, so now I hope this gives you a better idea on the results we get when using the exposure triangle, playing with the aperture, ISO, and the exposure and shutter speed. So do you have time now to express any question? So if you don't have any doubt, I think it's the best moment because I thought this will take longer for some reason. So we are going to start talking later after about composition and the importance of light. We had an introduction about the importance of light, but we will see in detail why light is important and how we can play with it in order to have better pictures and videos. So before we start with that part, I think it's good if we take now a break, and I will take the time here to see if I have an answer, because you asked me yesterday that if you could have the presentation, the the contents of the course for some people who were not present and for yourselves. So let me see if I have an answer on that while we make this break. Then let's take a break now until 12 Spanish time. Sorry. We're going to talk now about composition, and it has different parts that we should consider. And this is not all about your camera, but about how you set your camera and how you grab the background or the objects in your picture. So in order to do a good composition, we have to consider some rules. Excuse me. One of them is the rule of thirds. Then there's another one called the rule of space, or the rule of gaze. It has both names. Then we need to consider the balance, the negative space, and what is called as leading lines. Let's see first what is composition. So as it says here, there are no photography norms that you or anybody else must follow. Of course, if you want to be creative, you have to think by yourself and improve any rule or any knowledge that you have about making photographs. But despite there are no clear guidelines or formulas that guarantee a proper shot, there are some principles that, if followed, might potentially make your photographs more attractive. So it is important to keep in mind that these principles are not anything more than beginning points or ideas that will help you make good photographs. You should begin then by taking pictures of things that fascinate you when following these rules that we are going to talk about. Um, it is important to know that the excellent picture is that one that grabs the viewer's attention, keeps the attention, and make the person thinks. If the person who sees your picture after that it's indifferent to it, doesn't care for it, it is because you didn't reach the goal of make the person reflect on your picture. So your picture should be improved somehow. Then we have to describe what is composition, sorry. So composition is the art of arranging parts of a picture in such a way that they all work together to deliver a message or tell a story. And that is the reason why a person will be thinking of your picture after they see your picture, because your picture has a message or tell a story. So all good photos have characteristics that we are going to describe. So the act of looking at something, giving it some thought, and then selecting what you want your images to convey is what defines composition, right? It is a process to bring order to life's chaos, but it's also one of the most challenging areas of photography to perfect. There's, as we are saying, there's rules, but the more experience you have and the more creative you are, the more you will improve your composition, and then you will be perfect in this area of photography like anyone else. That requires mastering light, focus, exposure, and that is something that almost everyone can do. But understanding how to compose pictures in a way that looks good takes time, effort, and an honest analysis of one's own work. That means that you will need to take many pictures before you take the one that you consider and the others consider the perfect picture. Say that, let's see the few rules that are good to take into consideration when you are a beginner. The first of them is the rule of thirds. So it says here what it is, and I will explain it further. Even though composition depends on the photographer's eye, the rule of thirds is the most popular composition technique. Since the time of the Renaissance, painters have used the rule of thirds as a tool to improve significantly the composition of their works. You will see an image below divided in three, both vertical and horizontal. It is a compositional rule that directs you to position your subject or locations in the direction of lines or intersections. So that is the reason why we have those lines. So here is the image that the text is talking about. Here is the image. So we break it into three parts with two vertical lines, right? 1, 2, 3. And then we break it into three parts with two horizontal lines, right? 1, 2, 3. So this helps us locate the objects and areas of our pictures. As you see here, there's something here, something in the middle, and something here, and then here there's the background, and it's also quite plain here. This is a very simple picture, but you can see that there's a parallelism between the last part, the bottom, and the up part. And then the picture, the object that grabs our attention is right in the middle, right? So, and the house, which is the biggest part or the biggest object in the picture, is set here, right? It's not in the middle, not up, not down, but here. So it is close to the center of your attention, but is moved to your right, and it is in one intersection, right? So here in the intersection, there's as well some objects. So considering these three parts, when taking your picture, you will move your camera until you set the object in any of the intersections or in any of the squares made by those lines. And by putting the object in your photograph in one of those squares, you will leave some space in the other squares to decide if you want something else to compose your picture or nothing else, by leaving it empty or full by the background, right? So the rule of the threes is just making those lines to set properly each part of your photograph inside one of those squares. So as it says here, directs you to position your subject or location in the direction of lines or intersections. So it is fine to put your subjects front and center, like I am here now in this camera, I am front and center, right? But when taking a picture, that is not really a good idea because it doesn't say much, it doesn't tell much, it's not a story, it's not a message, it's just a picture of my face, right? So that's what we usually use for ID photographs. So if you want to tell something else with your photograph, it is better if you move me to any of the sides of your photographs, and you can even play with the light to make the picture more attractive. So it is fine to put them up front, but more often than not, of the side is a more effective compositional choice. So when a viewer looks at an image, the eye is trying to pick out certain areas or things that form of lines or intersections. This principle of composition will become natural and easy to you after you have practiced with it many times and many images. So the grid feature is an option that is available on most cameras and even some smartphones. So when you set that option in your camera, you will see those squares, those lines, and you will be moving your camera until you have, let's say, this house here in the middle, or up in the upper space, or in the corner, depending on what you want to grab. Maybe if you want to grab the emptiness of the space, or the loneliness of someone living here, you will set the house here, and you will see the rest of the squares for the sea and the heaven to be seen, and you will be telling people how empty is the place, or maybe you're just showing the quietness and the calm of the place, but you will send a different message depending on where you set the object and the camera. Some cameras have and even smartphones have this the option of having those lines that you might have seen already sometimes, and now you know what they are meant for, helping you decide where to locate the object. And we have some examples here. You see this woman is set at there will be a square here, so she's set here at the right square in the middle. So you grab your attention, you send your attention here, and you see she's holding some textile, and then you see all around there's only this textile, right? So you can make a story out of it, and the photographer made a very creative picture by playing with the colors, of course, but also with the geometric lines and the rule of thirds. There's nothing in this part, or this one, nothing here or here, but this the message or the object is here, just in the middle. And we'll see as well something else about this empty place later. Here again, we see that the flower is in the center of those lines that we have in the camera, the smartphone that we made here. The flower is in the center. There's nothing to the right, and there's a hand coming from the left in the left square. Nothing up, nothing down. So you focus your attention into the flower and into the hand. Then we have the rule of leading lines, and we have some examples as well. So photographers apply leading lines composition method in a lot of ways to frame their pictures or photos. However, the most popular purpose of them, the leading lines, is to bring the user's attention to the image's actual topic. So leading lines are sometimes used to bring the viewer's eye deeply into the image, as you can see here, right? So if we didn't have these lines, what our attention will probably be around here. But as we have these lines leading us until the end of the background, we pay attention here and we look at this part of the photograph, because those lines are leading, as it says, that is why it has this name, leading lines. They lead us here. All the lines come to this center. So if you can give me 1 minute, I'm trying to solve the question if I can share these contents with you. Okay, so I have been told that this content have copyright, so I cannot share it with you. So maybe I can try to send you a synthesis of them. Or maybe if you took notes, you can share your notes with the people who is not present, but I cannot send you the document. I'm sorry about that. So back to the leading lines. This is an example of how the photographer can lead our attention to a specific point of the picture by using the lines of the background, being here the architecture. You see that here all the lines in the picture, except for those of the steps and those of the windows, all the main lines, big lines, draw your attention here. And there's another example here in which we can see there's steps, right? So the photographer could have taken the position here and took the picture here, but the person came to the side of the steps in order to grab those lines leading your side here. You see there's and it even made those lines the same steps at the beginning at the top. He or she made them smaller and then they get bigger here, so they are more important and they lead your site here. There's also another line here coming ending in the same point. There's another line made of light and shadow coming here. Another main line comes here, and in the end all the main lines of the picture send our attention and our sight to this point where we can find a child. So in the end, the main thing, the most important thing of this picture is the child, right? So leading lines means how we play with the lines of the environment to um, manage the attention and the view of the viewer. There's another example here. You see we have some lines here, the vertical lines made of those sticks, but you see that they come they become smaller. So again, if we look here, we intend to look here, then we follow the lines here, right? And then again, there's those bushes which are bigger here, and they get our attention by making a line into the background. And again, this here, this line made by bushes, this line made by the road, and they all in the fog, sorry, send our attention here where we can find a man. This picture could also be telling us a story because the photographer has been able to use the leading lines to grab our attention into that man walking there. Then there's another thing about composition that we called negative space, and it is something else we can use to play with the environment in order to make creative pictures. Negative space photography refers to the empty spaces surrounding the subject of a photograph. So the space around the object itself is one of the factors that helps define the positive space or main focus, right? So the positive space is the main focus here and here. And the negative space is the space in which there's no focus. There's empty spaces that surround the focus. So both positive and negative space have potential to describe the composition of your picture if they are handled intelligently and in collaboration with the rules of thirds, right? We have, again, we divide the photograph here into the three horizontal and vertical license and squares. There's nothing here, nothing here. That's negative space. Nothing here, nothing here, negative space. And by nothing, I mean that there is a background, but it's not a specific object. It's just something plain that doesn't need much attention. And then here in this square, and if you notice, it is in one of the intersections, we have this mountain or this part of the sun, and then we have a woman in red on the top. So we have only this object and the sun in the other intersection, right? So playing with this negative space, there's nothing really important around, will let us make a story about this woman here, which grabs our attention, and the sun up there. Again here, and this one is more simple, that help us understand. There's a negative space here as well, here and here, and only in this square we have a man in black. So the positive space is here, and all the rest is negative space. This one could also give us a message or a story, and it is as well a very creative picture with a very simple background and a very simple object or person. So as it says here, negative space art is an easy way to make beautiful minimalist photos that have a big impact. So large amounts of empty space can really draw people in, and at the same time holding on to strong feelings, right? So here we can think of loneliness, emptiness, but we can also think of passion because of the red and the sun. We can anyway make a story out of this simple minimalist photograph. Then we have to consider as well balance. And it refers in photography to the way in which the various elements in your shot relate to each other with the frame, considering their individual visual appearances and guaranteeing that equilibrium is preserved. So in a composition that is balanced, some visual elements have better visual weight than others. And because of this, it is necessary to maximize a balance between the colors, shapes, space, and other compositional factors. Symmetry is one way to catch balance when you try to create composition. So in opposition to this picture here, this one here, or this picture here. This one here is playing with balance. As you see, the woman is right in the center of the wooden way, and the wooden way is right in the center of the picture, and the same amount of water is left at both sides, and at both sides the water has the same color until here, and the same color is kept here. There's a mountain to the right, there's another one into the left. There's a bit difference in the colors and the bushes here that are not here, but that it is a slight difference that will make a difference in the balance. So there's a very balanced picture that shows how we can also, with this component of the composition of a photograph, we can play and make good pictures. You see, there's just one element, one woman, and then two mountains, the sea and the sky. That's it. So it's all about balancing here in this photograph. And we have here something similar. This one is played in a different way. There's one flower to the left, another one to the right. They have nearly the same distance from their starting point. They have the same color, the same shape. One of them is just taken from the front, the other one from the back, but they keep the same shape here and here, and with their stems, right? And the background is either blurred or blurry, or there's no background in the picture. So it's again minimalist, but it is playing with balance by giving the same space here and here, and the same lines or shapes here and here. So here we're talking about symmetry, and that refers to the perfect similarity of shape on both sides of a dividing line, which is here. And it is intimately connected to the idea of aesthetics. It is impossible to miss a perfect symmetrical design. That means that when you see this, you will pay attention to this picture because it's symmetry. So you will notice an improvement in the quality of your compositions if you add symmetrical elements into them. Symmetry or dynamic symmetry is something we've seen since we are babies. So our brains have become accustomed to it and expect it. That is why it is easy to grab our attention with them. So as a consequence, this law cannot be ignored under any circumstance. When you see a scene with symmetries, you shouldn't just ignore it. So that is what will happen with a picture that has perfect symmetry. So you should do your best to capture the scene in a way that highlights and balances the elements in the shot. breaking the apparent symmetry will result in the creation of an unbalanced picture that it is unpleasant to look at for human being, right? So when you break the symmetry of a picture of a photograph, it will be unpleasant for the person, for the viewers, and they will stop looking at it. They will dislike your photograph. You see here, there's as well symmetry. There's a circle, a bigger one with a different shape, then a bigger one with a different color, and then the mountain at the end, which doesn't break the symmetry of the picture, right? And again, there is those lines, vertical and horizontal, and this is in the middle, respecting the same amount of each color and element in each square of the photograph. So the rule of gaze, this is a very simple one. This rule is linked with the direction of the subject or object that you are shooting in movement, and that rule means that some space, at this it says here, some space should be left in the direction that the person is heading to or looking to. So that is why it is called rule of gaze or rule of space. Rule of gaze when it means that the person should look at the empty space, and when there is an empty space, this part has to be bigger than the other parts. That means that the gaze in front of the gaze of the person should be more open space than behind, and the space refers to the movement when the person, as we see here, this man with the bicycle, he's moving forward through to our right, so we have to leave more space in the right for the viewer to understand that it's moving this way. That gives the idea of movement. Well, we have motion here, but in some other pictures we may not have this blurry background, but we still need to leave this space in order to let the viewer guess that there is movement to the right and the person is looking there, right? So it is very rare that you see a picture of a person looking in a direction with no place left here, right? This, if we cut this, and I will, let's try it. Let's try how it looks like. So I'll try to show you how it looks like. It will be strange to have this type of picture. So if we look at this now, picture, same picture, it seems, because it's cut, that this man is going to crash with something here. You could even think that he has a scared face because he's about to jump, about to crash or be stopped by a wall or something here, right? We could even think that he is scared. It is strange when we see this. He's looking here, right? And so there's nothing here. What is he looking at? He's probably going to crash, and there's no space for the bicycle. We don't think of it as movement. We will probably be thinking that he's going to stop the bike, or he wants to stop the bike, right? So that is the rule of gaze, in order to let the viewers know that that there's movement and there's the side is looking that direction. We need to leave this space here. So we have another example, and that this is the example of space for motion. And then we have an example here for the gaze, right? So you see here that this woman is looking at our left, and this is the reason why the photographer left here a space for her gaze to be catch, to make us know or guess that there's she's looking here. Either she's looking to something or she's looking to the horizon, but anyway, she's looking that direction, right? So the focus is here, but again, I'm going to show how it looks like if we got it. She will be right. If the picture is cut that way, again, it seems that the woman is looking at a wall, right? We don't know. We don't have the same perception, the same idea about the message of the picture. She seems to be looking to a wall, or there's less attention to her view. Is not as melancholic as it could be. It doesn't look that like she is thinking, right? And it seems that we are missing something here if we leave the picture that way. So again, if we leave the picture as it was, as following the rule, this space here for her gaze will give a different guess, a different view, a different perception of the photograph. Now she looks like melancholic. She looks like looking to the horizon. So the message of the picture is a completely different one. Okay, so we've reached the point in which we are going to talk about the importance of the light. So here, I will give you a break because I know it's very much information in a language that is not your mother tongue or your native language. So we are going to have a short break of 10 minutes now. Okay, so you have there the chat. Let's take a Let's take a 10 minutes break. I'll see you at 5 minutes to 1. Okay, welcome back. Let's continue. We are going to talk about light. And before we start, I will show you a few things so you can notice the importance of light. Here, where I usually give my online lessons, I have a window here to my right. Let me see. There's a window on the right, and that is the reason why you can see more light here and less light here. And if you look at my face, you will see that there's some lines around here and here when I smile that are not here in the left because of the darkness. So that will give you an idea of how important light is. And I want to play with this. I have set a light to my right, so you will see the difference. Now, I hope you can see my face better, right? But if I turn it off, you will see some darkness here. I will be in the shadow. Now you will see me better, right? But I can even add another light here, and that will give you a better idea on how my face look like. So this is what usually what photographers do when taking portraits, and it is when taking photographs of a person, of a model, and is what photographers use. They usually use light from the front, but we can also play with the lights, and I can make the environment look better by putting the lights up over myself, so I can highlight my hair as well, or I can bring it down and use the light here, and then I will look like a scary movie. So those are very simple ways in which you can play with the light and objects, and we are going to talk a bit about it. I will leave it like this so you will see my face better now that I have said it. So you see, sometimes it is important, even though we have natural light, to have some artificial light that you can manipulate in order to make your photographs look better. So this is what we are going to talk about now. So as you can read here, lighting is one of the most important parts of making a good image. Lighting is what makes it possible for an image to show information and, more interestingly, emotion. Once you, as you say, as I said, if I set the light from my from down my face, bring the light up, you will see that the emotion gets darker. It gives a darker environment. So once you know how light works, you'll be able to make a wide range of creative pictures. Along with light and dark, it sets the mood and atmosphere, right? So you see here in this light, and as I am set now with a lot of light coming in front of my face, from the front, I meant, it makes a happy atmosphere. Um, and you can see the details. But if I darken my face, or I darken a portrait's picture, it will give a different mood, a nostalgic or even sad mood, and a sad, dark, and maybe even scary atmosphere. So an example is this picture here. The woman is looking to her left. Remember, we are following the gaze rule here. So there's some space. We can see that she's looking through the window and she's holding a coffee. That could be melancholic if she weren't smiling, but as well, because she's receiving natural light from the window, that gives a happy mood, a more a lighter, a brighter picture, and a happiness atmosphere. right? A good mood, good vibes, right? By using that natural light coming from the window. We don't know here in this picture, but maybe the photograph could even set an artificial light here where we cannot see it to give more light to her face and give that happy atmosphere. So in photograph, there's, as we have been talking, two types of sources of light. They are natural light and artificial light. As we say, the natural light is difficult to control, but still we can do it in different ways by using, as a professionals do, using some umbrellas to cover the light or to set the light project the light to where we want the light to be. We can also move the objects under the shadows and things like that. So the term natural light refers to any form of light source that occurs with without the intervention of humans. And this type of light can be the direct light of the sun on a day with clear skies. It can also be the diffused light made by a day with clouds or fog, because even if it's cloudy or foggy, we still have some light that we need to use for our photographs. And even the light of the moon when it is night time, especially when we have full moon. So if you wish to make an image using natural light through the day, you need to be aware of the sun's angle. As we have been talking about before, the light doesn't come straight to us, but it makes an angle. So we had to take into account where is the sun, which direction are the right lights coming from, and what is the angle that the sun is making in the environment. So this is because it will immediately affect our image. In this picture here, the angle is here. She's in front of the angle created by the natural light. So she's receiving the right lights that are in an area, in a big area close to those to that source of light. If she were inside the building or turning to her right, she will then be receiving in her face that light because she will be opposite to the angle, and that is what we have to consider when we are using the natural light. So most of the time, the light during sunrise and sunset is softer than the light during the middle of the day when there are no clouds in countries in which we don't have clouds very often. So you have to think of that before you go with your camera outside in order to take pictures. So if you are taking a picture inside, um, put your subjects near windows to get more light from the outside. As we can see here, she's turned to the light and she even turned her arms and the mug that she's holding, so we can appreciate details of her face, her body, her fingers, and even the details of the mug and some background. It is because it is near the window that is bringing up the light. The light. In this picture, we have another example. We see here a monk walking through a corridor, and in this corridor, there's big windows that allow the light of the sun to come in. So in one thing we see here the leading lines used to grab the attention to nearly the center of the picture where the monk is. We also see the balance that we have talked about. If we divide the photograph in the middle, we'll see the same amount of things in both sides, as well as the symmetry and the balance respected here in the picture. And then the monk breaks the balance, and it is in the middle of those leading lines to grab our attention. But he is also in one of those windows, not that we talk about the light, in one of those windows that is bringing the light to him, so he can project, make some shadow here, which is also part of the picture, but can also receive the light in order to be seen by us. Otherwise, if he were here in the shadows, we could not appreciate his dresses, the umbrella, and all the details about him and the way he dresses. So those are some ways of playing with natural light. And here there's a special thing to consider about natural light, that we are going to talk about. Before, let's talk about the artificial light, which is any light, any source that can be moved and modified to suit your needs, as I have done with those lights in my desktop. And they can be flashes, lamps, candles, or any other light controlled by photographers. Anyway, there's another thing that we have to prepare, manipulate, and think of when we take photographs, as I have done at the very beginning. The light can come from different sites or places in order to change how the picture looks. So in practice, photographers are aware of the directions and determine their position through the objects they capture. So in most cases, the light should be coming on the object from the front in order for it to be more noticeable, as we have seen in the example of the window. However, it can also be coming from the back in order to create a different atmosphere, right? So here, it comes to the front of the model. So she captures all the light because we want to put the attention into her. Simple. Here, the light comes from the light because the attention won't be only into the monk, but also in the surroundings. That means the corridor and the big building with this special architecture of different windows that can give us an idea of the meaning of being a monk, right? So here the light comes from the light, from the side, to give some attention and some light, some brightness to the monk, but without giving attention as well to the building. So depending on the intention of your photograph, you can play with the direction of the source of light. Here, this picture I was telling you with the trees is the best example on how to play with the direction of the light. A beginner photographer who is not aware of how to use the light will have come in the opposite direction in order to get the light into the objects that he or she wants to capture with a photograph, with a camera. But this photographer was thinking in a creative way and stood opposite the light, but leaving, of course, an object cover the main source, which is the sun. Otherwise, you cannot take a picture because it is too bright. So he let the trees cover the light, but still he took the picture with the light opposite the camera, so he could capture these rays of light that cover as well the trees. So this is a very creative and uncommon picture in which the photographer is playing with the shadows and the lights. It also creates, as we have said, a different atmosphere. Here we can see the foggy of the early morning or late evening as well. So it creates a specific atmosphere. it shows as well the nature. So it gives an atmosphere of natural background, or as well as calm, maybe, right? So there's many things that we can do by playing with light. Some examples are here on how to use the light, not only the amount of light, but also the direction, as we said. So here, the light comes from the top, so we can see the road and the car, but still the photographer didn't put the light in the middle, or didn't take the picture from the center, but left some darkness in the right, so we can see in the picture an imbalance in the colors. So he's playing with the light and the darkness, and we can see again a picture which is not so common. So the attention is not only in the car, but also in the road and the symmetry, or the curve that makes the road here. Here we see that the only light is a candle, and there is a child trying to read. So that give us that make us travel through the time by guessing that there was a time in which people did not have electric light, so they had to do things at night with candle. We can also think about an environment, a place in which children don't have access to electric light, to lamps, or any other type of light, so they have to study with candles, because as well we see the light of the candle is very poor, but still that the photographer set the light in front of the child, so we can see her face, and we can see the book, so we can pay attention to the details that the photographer wants to show us, but we are missing other details which are probably not important in the background, right? So it grabs the attention to the candle, the book, and the face of the children. And here, by using a lamp, the photographer sets the lamp over the head of this man with the heads on his face. So it creates a dramatic atmosphere, because the rest of the picture is dark. There is only one light which is focused on the person. So again, by playing with the direction and intensity of the light, we are playing with the emotions, and we are playing with the photograph to set a specific environment and to grab the attention of the viewer into where we want the viewers to put the attention. So here we will be on the man, and as it is dark and there is very little light, we can think of it as a dramatic atmosphere, and it is accompanied by the man putting his hands on the face. You see the pictures, these three pictures are very simple, but you can, as we said before, create a story, or send a message just by playing with the light and the background, by hiding it, either hiding it or showing the background. Here we see there's nothing else but the car and the road and the lights, right? So there's darkness, and again, so playing with the light by either manipulating it, because we set a lamp or a candle, so we can manipulate the light, or using the light of the environment, either artificial or natural, we can create different atmospheres, different colors, and different perspectives of our photographs. So we see here the backlight, but there's something else to be said about the backlight. it comes from behind the subject or the object, and that can create also silhouettes and long shadows in your photographies. So you can see here, right? The light is coming from behind the girl, so we don't see her face, we don't see details, we see just her shape, and we see that she is dancing. So or he, we see just what is necessary for us to see, what the photographer wants us to be, and it is just a child dancing in the with a window as a background, so probably at home in the evening, right? So behind we create silhouettes, we don't give many details. And the same here, right? We have a background. We don't know if this is a city or anything else, but there's a light coming from behind that is not giving us details about this couple. We cannot see properly their bodies, faces, clothes, or anything, but the light is set into their faces together, so we can see the silhouette, and we can see that they are together in a romantic scene. Again, we can change those two pictures by adding various light sources in front of them. So if we put a light here in front of this child, we will see more details of the child. We could see the face, the details of the arms, probably the dress or whatever she or he is wearing, right? So if we put a light here, we will have more details and tell a different story. And the same here, if you use an artificial light or the sunlight here in front of them, we will see more details about them, their clothes and anything, and we will see as well the background. So again, we will be changing the story and the message of the photograph. So we see we are surrounded by a wide variety of natural and artificial light. So we have the ability to manipulate it in many ways to produce emotions and settings in the photographs we take. But there's 4 basic types of light that you need to know in order to make good photographs. So first one that we are going to see is transmitted light. It is visible light emitted by its source. This indicates that the light source is visible in the image. Such examples include candles, even the sun. So additionally, it is light that has passed through something before to reaching the target. So that this might be glass, water, or even the atmosphere. An example of transmitted light will be this one here, right? So there's a source of light being here the sun, and it is going through the trees, right? So it has passed through something, so it has passed through the trees. Then we have reflected light, and this type of light is created when the light reflects off the object that you are illuminating. Almost every shot we take uses reflected light. Sometimes transmitted light can also be observed in the same scene. For instance, a landscape photograph capturing the setting sun will have both transmitted and reflected light. However, if the sun was not visible in the picture, just reflected light will be present, right? So here again, the light is reflected as well as transmitted. And here the light is as well reflected, right? So the girl and the book are grabbing the light, but they are also reflecting it. Then we have the hard light, and that light comes from a small apparent light source, such as a light bulb or the sun, on a clear day. Hard light is also known as direct light. It often produces very dark and strong shadows as a result. Hard light can be useful for showing the textures of items when used correctly, right? So hard light or direct light will be this one here. You see it is creating a dark background because it's directly exposed here and here as well, right? Hard light or direct light. So it says it can be used for showing the texture of items. So we cannot really see the texture of the head here, right? But it could be, if it were good or anything else, we will see the texture of the object. And then we have the soft light, which is a type of light that generates light that is low in contrast and has few shadows. It can come from any source of light that appears to be a large source from the perspective of your subject, right? So the light from the sun is softer on days when there is cloud cover because the clouds serve to diffuse the light. This causes the light to be spread out over a much wider area, so it makes appear to be a larger source of light. Okay, so the soft light is also a larger source, even if it's softer because it is spread out. And we can see that here again. We can see that here as well, right? It is soft and it is spread out. And then we have some examples here. You see transmitted light, okay? The sun is at the back and it gives light to all those objects. This is reflected light. The light is coming to the object and the object is reflecting the light to different objects that are opposite or beside the object. Then we have the hard light, which is a strong light that creates shadows. You see here there is the light, and where the light cannot reach, we only have darkness. And then we have the soft light, which is not as concentrated as the hard one. It's spread out, so it gives light, it gives brightness to a bigger area. So the way to play with light is, as we said, by using its direction, its hardness or softness, and the temperature is not the same. A cold light, sorry, a hot or yellow light is not the same as blue or cold light. So the temperature of light can, as well as softness, hardness, and direction, affect the mood and atmosphere of a photograph. So, for example, side light produces emotions of romance and nostalgia, as we saw in these pictures here, right? This is side, so it can give an atmosphere of nostalgia. Same here, as I said, it can bring us back to old times. And then light from underneath produces emotions of fear. As I was telling you at the beginning, if I set the lamp under my face, the light will be coming from underneath, so it will look, I will look like a scary movie or a scary photograph. So the emotion is of fear. Then hard shadows are more dramatic than soft shadows, as you can compare here. This is there's a dramatic light here. You can think of it as the photograph or photogram from a soap opera, right? While here they are soft. There's no shadows, so it gives a more happier atmosphere. And again, cool hue tones create more negative feelings than warm light, right? So I found the picture that I wanted to show you today at the beginning. Not the picture, sorry, the video. So I'm going to share it with you. So if you can give me some minutes, I'm going to share with you that video that I said it was interesting because let me find it. Okay. Okay. I have it. This Changwan give us a few ideas on how to manipulate light, and what I want you to see and understand is that despite all the professional knowledge that you may get with this course that might seem difficult for you at the beginning, there's a few tricks, very easy tricks that we can all do at home that can help us take good photographs just by playing with the lights and help us manipulate the light in a very easy, comfortable, homemade way. So say that, let's watch the video. So is this one here? Let me set the subtitles for you. Perfect. Okay.
I guarantee today is going to change your perspective on lighting in general. I'm going to give you guys a crash course introduction to lighting. I'm going to give you guys the tools necessary to light your YouTube sets, to light your photo scenes, and to light your video sets in a couple short minutes. It's going to change your life. It's going to change your work. Now, the way I'm going to do that's a bit unorthodox. I'm going to use some things that I have here at home that I think you guys should have around your house, minus one thing. Everything else is accessible, and whatever I have here is something that you can recreate at home just to understand light better. The first thing I have is a flashlight. A flashlight's gonna be our primary source of light today. I'm gonna show you guys all about lighting using one of these guys. I guarantee if you guys don't have one of these at home, you probably have an iPhone or mobile device that has a flashlight built in. The concepts are still the same. Second thing I'm gonna grab is a plastic bag. We'll talk about this momentarily, but ultimately what you want is a clear plastic bag that's opaque, something that you can see through without a ton of color. The more color you have, it'll affect your scene. We'll talk about that shortly. The third is a cutting board. A cutting board is gonna help us understand light even better. If you guys have a white cutting board sitting at home, this is what you wanna use. Now, I guarantee you probably don't have this lying around at home, but a mannequin head. A mannequin head and a stand is gonna help you understand light better because it's gonna allow you to understand the patterns of light and where light's moving around. For today, I'm gonna show you guys how to repurpose this. I purchased this for about $30 online. These are things that you guys can invest in. I'll try to find the link and give it to you guys in the comment section below. So look out for that and let's jump into it. This is my light source and I'm gonna show you guys how all light in the universe works using this. It all follows the same principle. If I take my light source and I bring it on this background and I turn that on, the closer I am to my light source, the more intense that light's gonna be. And as it moves away from my light source, I have less and less light. Now, it doesn't matter what direction this light needs to be, it always follows the same rule. If I move this ahead, it still follows the same principle. The light is still most intense, closest towards that light. Now, that's still true even if I bring my light source directly towards that camera and bring it here. What that means is I have less light on the background and I have more light as I move closer to my light. So if you look at my hand, as I move closer and closer and closer and closer, I have more and more intensity on my hand. I have much more light. Now, the next thing I want you guys to realize is as I have my hand close to that background, I have a well-defined shadow on that background. You can see my shadow and you can see that clearly. As I move closer and closer and closer, my shadow is less and less defined because the larger my light source is compared to my subject, the softer that's gonna be. I have less defined shadows on that background. This is where my plastic bag comes in. I'm gonna show you guys how to use this to further soften that light or create softer shadows. Take this, make sure there's a ton of air, and tie that. And from there, I can see, take this light source, bring it through that light source. Now let's look at what happens. If I move my hand there, my shadow's a lot softer. All light works the same. If I increase the size of my light source, I could effectively create a softer light. Now, my light is physically going through material, so it has to disperse through that light and hit that background. So therefore it's softening that light source. So therefore this material is acting as diffusion material. It's diffusing my light source and it's not as harsh. So we're going to use this guy. This is a cutting board. We're using the cutting board to reflect light. So I'm going to use this flashlight, use this cutting board, and use this cutting board to reflect light back at that background. So it's facing directly towards that background. And if I put my hand there, let's go ahead and not block that light. As you can see, my shadow is more defined than it was before, but less defined than when we just used the flashlight directly at that background. So I'm even further softening my light source by increasing the size of the light by using the cutting board. Okay, I get it. How does this apply to people? I'm gonna show you guys how that happens with a mannequin head. We're gonna use all the same principles we just talked about, and I'm gonna show you guys exactly how that worked. So we have our lovely model here, which is gonna give us the ability to understand light better. I'm gonna use my light source directly at my model and just illuminate her. Now, if you can see, not only is the background, can I see a defined line on the background, but also if you start looking at some of these edges, there's a really defined shadow on her right side, our left side, just under her nose, the same thing, and just under her eyes. As I move this light source around, you can see how well defined those shadows really are. So we're gonna bring that plastic bag in, and I'm gonna take that plastic bag, bring our light source, and light our subject. Now, as I move that around, you can see it's a much softer form of light. I don't have a direct light source. It's a lot softer than it was before, and I don't have a well-defined shadow on that background. The next thing we're gonna use is our cutting board. Our cutting board is gonna go ahead and reflect light. So I'm gonna use this, bounce this at our cutting board. It's gonna hit our subject, and we're gonna see what that light source is doing. So let's do that. Turn on, bounce off. Now, I have a much more directional light source. It has a much more defined shadow than what we used before. You can see that on the background, you can see that on the subject. I can still see those shadows, but it's a lot softer than using this light source directly at our subject. Next thing we're gonna talk about is feathering the light. When we talk about feathering the light, we're using, if I look at the background, we're using those edges of the light to light our subject. So if I use that light and I directly point it at our subject, there's a lot of intensity here. So I'm gonna move that over this way and just keep her towards the edges of the light, which is gonna go ahead and further soften that light source. So if you notice, I have less defined shadows than I had before, whereas if I move it this way, we have much more harsh shadows. I'm using that feather to soften the light source as well. The last thing that we need to talk about is color. Light has color. Daylight is different than, let's say, tungsten light or daylight balanced light bulbs. Every single light source that you're gonna be introduced to has a different color. So ultimately what you wanna do is isolate the color that you wanna photograph. So as an example, in this set, we have mixed light sources. And what we've done is reduce or eliminate all the different light temperatures that we have that we don't wanna photograph. So look at all the different light sources that we have in a set, just like this. So why does this matter? Well, our flashlight is our strobe. It's our constant light. It's the sun. It's every light source that we use on set. And then we use a plastic bag, which is our diffusion material or our softbox. It's gonna go ahead and further soften that light source. And our cutting board is a reflector or a white building that we can use to reflect light sources back at our subject to further soften that light source. And color is something that we should always know when we're working on set or on site or outside or wherever you are. This short video was super simple. We learned light. That will change your perspective on all light that you should see in the world. Ultimately, I want you guys to have a different perspective, a different set of eyes for how you see and understand light. So you should be applying those same techniques in your photography, in your videography, or your YouTube videos. If you guys found this video impactful, please please share it with your friends. And if you have any questions whatsoever, I answer every single one of those in the comments section below. Thank you guys for watching, and I hope you have.
Okay, that was Jeff Rojas, and as you can see, he used a few tricks that you can do at home to play with light and make shadows softer, depending on what he wanted to achieve with his photograph. And I brought this video not only to show you the tricks that he already knows and you can use yourselves, but also to encourage you to play with the light and play with those concepts that you have already learned, and realize that things that we have at home, like a plastic bag or a cat table, can be used as well to play with light and can give you tools to start with that save you some money, because you won't have to buy professional things that you may or may not use later on. So try with things at home, play with what you have learned, and take as much photographs of as you can, and then you will be reaching a point in which you just need a shot to take a good photograph. We have some minutes left, but we have finished the contents today. So I think we can leave it here for today. First of all, I would like to give you some minutes to ask for some doubts or to express any questions that you have. You can do it either by through the chat or by opening your microphone if you have it. Okay, it seems that you have no questions. If you have any, you can as well think of them, reflect on them, and ask tomorrow. So thank you for sharing this time with me, and I hope you learned and enjoyed enough. Tomorrow will be the last day of this online course about storytelling. So I will give you the rest of the time for you to enjoy and prepare breakfast or do anything you need to do before lunch. So I only have to wish you a good evening, and see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Spanish time.